morning and happy Tuesday, and I am so hyped. When I tell you, I've been listening to this starting soon screen music for like a good hour before the stream even started. That's what happened. That is exactly what happened. I mean, it's so good. And even, listen. This music is getting me hyped up. I'm so excited. I am so excited. I cannot wait. I can barely believe that we're actually here. I can barely believe that we're actually here, that we finally made it through the Great Ace Attorney. And now we are finally here in the Great Ace Attorney 2. Holy moly.
I'm thirsty.
Thank you for that hydrate. I will be needing it. But welcome in, everybody, nonetheless. And I bet it's going to be taking longer as well, right? Okay. Not to spoil anybody, but I did look up a tier list on how long, Ace Attorney cases from longest, from shortest to longest. And, let's just say that apparently, from what I've read, the last case of this game is longer than Rise from the Ashes. For context, if you watched me play through the first Ace Attorney game, and you remember the last case of that game, that case took us forever. That case was about 9 hours. 9 hours long. Can't hear me? Well, that's on your... I think that might be on your end, Jade. I think that might be on your end, Jade, because... And... So let me... Where was I? Yeah. Rise from the Ashes was about 9 hours. And... This last case of this game, apparently, which will be case 5, is about 10 and a half hours long. 10 and a half. Oh boy. We, Snap back to reality. Yeah, that is almost half a day. Yeah. Yeah. So, this game is gonna take a while. This game is gonna take a while. So, I have a feeling, I think I'm gonna do, how many episodes did we take for the Great Ace Attorney? How many episodes did we take for that? 12 episodes to finish the Great Ace Attorney, the original one. I have a feeling we're gonna be closer to 20, if not over, with this one. For some reason, I just have a feeling that it is gonna be closer to 20, if not over. Because, holy moly, around 24? To be double of, the Great Ace Attorney's episode count? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. I know absolutely zero things about this game. That's because we had some 2-hour streams before changing to 4 hours. That is true. I still think it's gonna be at least closer to 20. Because holy moly. Let's just say, a little bit scary. Oh boy. All I can say is, We'll just have to see how it goes. Oi. Because, I mean...
So, longer than rise from the ashes, and you said 10.5 long. Oh joy. Better get the coffee and snacks. Ugh.
Yes. Get your coffee. Get your snacks. You're gonna need them. Because, holy moly. Otherwise, we ain't gonna survive. Alright, Squid James, thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Stay sharp. Oh, and hi, Pete! Welcome in. Good to see ya. Hello, hello. Good to see ya. Oh, pardon me. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. It is absolutely crazy to me that we're here. I'm scary. I'm scared. I'm scared for what's gonna happen because of the cliffhanger that happened at the end of the last game. So, just bear with me as I try not to panic after figuring out what happens in this game, because I probably will panic. I probably will panic. Let's just say. Hey, Shades! Welcome in! Good to see you. Started redesigning my OC and it's coming along very nicely, but I don't know when to debut it. Take your time! Take your time, SDV. You don't need to rush. We're all scared. Yes. We'll get our answers. Some way. Somehow. Yes. Yes, we will. Cliffhanger! I'll go get my rock climbing gear. Thank you, Shades. That is wow. Fantastic. Fantastic. AA is Arya's biggest fear? No, not Ace Attorney. The Great Ace Attorney is my biggest fear. Not regular Ace Attorney. Not regular Ace Attorney. The Great Ace Attorney, specifically. Alrighty. I mean, you are not wrong. See? But whether it's my greatest fear or my greatest achievement of completing, I am looking forward to this story. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and continue then. We've got some business to take care of. Woohoo! I am so excited. So excited. I'm on the loading screen. I haven't loaded it up yet, so, and we haven't started it yet. So we'll have to start it today. All right. Here we go. Let's get into the game. Okay, so this is where we end, because this is where we ended off the last time. All right. So now it's time to select an adventure. Hold on. One more time. We gotta do this one more time. It's a must vibe. Ooh. Yes. Bop time.
It is time. I must call for it again. Can we get a G2 hype in chat?
Get the GAA2 hype in the chat. Do it. Do it. All right. So now we get to pick our adventure. We've already finished the Great Ace Attorney adventures. Now... Oh! Ooh! I am so excited! Oh! Listen to this theme! Oh! Oh! I'm so excited! Ah! All right, enough geeking out. It's time to focus. Resolve. Indeed. A simple word with heavy meaning? Yeah. Agreed. Be still, my music nerd heart. Nah, that won't happen. That will not happen. But anyways, let's go! It's time! Let's get into it. Whoa. White screen. Whoa. Huh?
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Oh, Susato-san.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Huh? Huh?
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Huh? What?
So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Okay, I'm not even gonna go any further at the moment. What the heck just happened? We went from 0 to 100 so fast. Huh?
I'm thirsty.
Thank you for the hydrate. I need that. What? Huh? Okay. Susato-san visiting Kazuma's grave for guidance. Susato-san is becoming a lawyer in this case? Huh? What? Huh? I am flabbergasted. I am flabbergasted. What a way to start a case. Wow. All right then. I guess we better keep moving then. The 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 3.
First Susato going defense. And we've seen that lady before. What happened to cause her downfall? We'll find out soon, I guess.
Wait, Giselle Brett. What was she doing there? Your flabbers are gasted? Oh, yes. Here I am again, after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. I feel so nervous. But I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Oh!
Ah, good. You're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. Those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Well, it's good to see that Mikotoba, that her father is in good health. That's good to hear. That is great to hear. And good to see. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Dang! Okay, maybe not that dramatic, alright?
Goodness. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must add.
Yeah. I would hope not. Goodness! Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh! Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication! The whole thing! Hi! Well, here's our defendant. Hello! Ray Membami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory, helping my father. Hey, Jade, good to see ya. I'm doing well. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Dang! Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my! It's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? Yes, I got the yukata! Hey, Ivan! Good to see you! Good to see you! No worries, Dark. Gotta do what you gotta do. And when I fall under your intense gaze, well, it makes me feel rather bashful. Huh? Care elaborating? Care elaborating on that? Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Huh? What does that mean?
It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Disguise? Yes. I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. But, Father? Is that you, Susato? I'm sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that— No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform! That varsity cap! That varsity cape! That varsity badge! Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student at the Imperial Yume University! A male student! We're cross-dressing?! Oi! Well, it makes sense for the time period. But dang! Oi! Okay, alright! Okay then! Well, alright! Where Susato is dressed as a male. All right then. I am so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see.
It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
My defense? Hey, Dad! Raid! Welcome in! Hey, Raiders!
Incoming raid from Dick Godo 4 with 1 viewers. Welcome.
Welcome in, Zach. Good to see you. How was the stream? Hope it went well. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope that you're doing well and that the stream went splendid. Thank you for heading over from the raid. What were you up to today? Time travel shenanigans. Oh dear. Oh dear. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming in, Deck. I appreciate the raid. If you need to take care of yourself for your after-stream care, please feel free to do so. Get some food, get some water, get some rest, whatever you need. Some Sonic X Generations. We beat the Sonic portion. Oh, how fun! How fun! Sounds utterly fantastic. I hope that was a blast. Oh boy, we just started the Great Ace Attorney 2. So we are in a, we are starting off strong here. In 1 3-hour sitting. Oh, wow. Awesome. Well, thank you for stopping by, Deck. Appreciate the raid. Again, do what you need to do for your after-stream care. I'm glad that you enjoyed the game and that you had a fantastic stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, and let's get back to the game. My defense. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated of having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. I forgot that that was a thing. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you are my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! Yeah! I agree! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing! Ray... Please don't look at me like that. With those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh! I'm sorry. It's just... You really do look so dashing. Aww. Yes, respect for the ladies of the court. Respect. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased. I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray. You're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato. You do believe in me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I will always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
Oh boy, here we go.
Should go in at once, Ray. You're late. The judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, certainly you've surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her.
What does that mean?
It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case.
Huh? Why? But why? What reason?
I didn't want to burden her with that.
Is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? No.
You should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father. I am Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. Ryunosuke! But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Oh, my heart! I'm glad that our era is being more fair to the ladies and— oh, thank you! Thank you for the headpads. Best example is Eri Kisaki from Detective Conan. Oh, and there will be one in Ace Attorney later that you will absolutely love. Alright. Ryunosuke! I'm not gonna say when, but I'm saying later. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Oh, here we go. The 13th of August, 9 a.m.
Pardon me.
Supreme
I
Court
just
of—
looked up what Susato looks like in that male student uniform for a reminder. Wow, she sells the look so dang well. It's a great disguise and I'm rather impressed.
Shh, make her rock! Shh! We're probably about to find out! We're probably about to find out! Oh, goodness! Shh! 16th of August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. I saw it for a moment!
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Rembani.
Oh, and it's this guy again. Hi. Hi, you. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Oh! Woo! Okay! Alright, if I didn't Wow! I would have been fooled. I would have been fooled. Not going to lie. I would have been completely fooled. Wow. Wow. She looks amazing. She looks amazing.
Defense Counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready.
Ready.
Ah, yes, Counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct?
Sorry? She looks so nervous! Oh, this just reminds me so much of Ryunosuke in case 1 of the first game. Sorry?
Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. I'm afraid I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Counsel?
Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how to better uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Ryutaro! This is fantastic. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is,
his cousin.
That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them. Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have any of— oh no! Ray, what have you done? Oh, please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Remember when I said that Payne's ass tester barely did anything in the last game? I'm afraid he might have more screen time in this game. I'm scared of that too. Like it or not, my eyes aren't wont to flit.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well.
Yeah! Yes, he did.
And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
All right, it's time to prove myself. Oh, and there goes the cape! I still have to say, she looks really good in that uniform. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Whew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Uh-oh! Oh dear. This is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course! The court record! Yes. The answer will be amongst all the key information about the case. In the court record.
That's right. Just use E to open the court record. And you need to flip to the people section with E. And don't take too long of it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
All right. Check the court record with E. That's where all the information I need will be. And if we go to the People tab... Never thought I'd be seeing this face again. Never thought I would be seeing this face again. Boy. Wow. I can't believe it. She's dead? But how?
I'm waiting, Counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Giselle Brett.
Yes!
Oh! The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain.
Oh, we know! We know! We know!
Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman's student persona, was the face of a killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred.
Yeah, we know. Oi.
As an Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine.
Ah.
Indeed. it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which was why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense.
Kazuma! Kazuma! My heart can't take this. Ah!
And exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett.
Ah! I'm not crying. I'm totally not crying. Ah.
Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
I'm thirsty.
Thank you for the hydrate. Pineapple! Excuse me. Refill your tears. Oi. Thank you. Oh. And pineapple. Yes. Bless your pineapple. Yes. Pardon the pineapple. Shun the woman. Oi, Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. They were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. Only the day before!
That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh.
Thank you.
Your Excellency.
With the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Aochi.
Is it as is your wish, Your Excellency? The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August, in broad daylight.
Huh? Broad daylight?
On the outskirts of the imperial capital.
Hello
under
there.
a light blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. Hello there, Dalek. Welcome in. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. Ow! Ow!
I'm thirsty.
Through the lung? Oh, that must have hurt. So bad. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate. Ah.
An injury which proved fatal.
There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can only be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. Huh? A powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. Yeah! A lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... What to pick on what he said? What about the bathing spot? If I may, Prosecutor Aouchi. What do you want, your fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ah, my apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. I don't think that's it. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's... No, that's not what I mean. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? I'm guessing that his fan is like a symbol of the Aouchi clan or something. Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such request? Hey, Vanaga, welcome in. Good to see you.
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers.
Ouch! Dang! Miko Toba, that was savage.
In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. Detective? What detective? But in fact, a murder took place. I said, don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to.
At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about being alone together. Membami-san. Yes, what is it, Naruto-san? I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato. That face of utter, like, oh. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion. That's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. Huh? The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. Ah? No!
because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett be extradited to British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Ah! Kindly refrain from conjecture, Counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him go to.
Yeah. Aochi is just like pain. Giving pain. No wonder they're related. Uh-huh.
Oh dear. This is really terrifying, but Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about
A powerful motive. What's this motive she has?
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter, let us put to the accused, shall we? Embami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am! I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? No.
Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Oh no! That's what they think the motive is? Revenge? Uh-oh. This'll be a tough nut to crack. Dr. Wilson? A visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray! Be careful of what you're saying! Ah.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
She was allowed in the university? Even after being confirmed guilty of murder? Why was that allowed? The heck? Seeing the murderer of the mentor from whom she had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Ah!
Yes. Thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
Photographic print of the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. The stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible.
As I understand it, then the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling. I must say the finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case.
I'm thirsty.
Thank you for the hydrate. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Oh, great!
What? Witnesses? But who?
One of whom I might add is a highly respected police detective. I assure you the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Yeah, why is she smiling?
Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Takatsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. And that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. They both did. They both did. Oh. Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You'll become conceited with age, counsel. But the old will have to stand aside to make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Got him! Got him! Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini-Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Aochi growth. You see, a seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse on my crown. I was kind of wondering what that was. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope? Exactly? I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruto clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Okay, after that monologue.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. And look at that expression.
Just know, you had it coming, Ouchie. And you know it. Wear your humiliation like a man.
Hold on, what? Wait, familiar faces, what the heck? Hold on. Wait just a second. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. It's Hosonaga! Let's go! Hi, buddy! It's been a long time. It's been quite a while since we've seen you. It's good to see you. Hi!
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
And yet you still have the towel over your arm. Continuity. Some things never change.
And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital. In fact, yes, soon to be sold out. The Sagrato, I Am a Cat. A sensational success by Soseki Natsume.
Gosh dang it, Natsume! Hi! Hi, Soseki-san. Oh my goodness!
Struggling student from the provinces, please. Who needed be in awe of me?
I needn't?
It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki.
Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fella knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? He exposes you for who you really are. This will be over before it's begun.
Yes. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. That would be my term for it.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony.
Will we ever see Hosonaga in his actual uniform? You know?
It's my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san?
Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers.
Huh. Okay.
They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
Hello, random dude. As you can see, the conversion was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Soseki Natsume article. A newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. That irks me so bad. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance.
And the response was, "Permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her." That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seemed. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment.
I'm thirsty.
I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Hosonaga, are you sure about that? You got something on your mouth.
Oh my! Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off.
Hey, Meow Me! Welcome in. Good to see you.
Well, unfortunately, of course. It meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Oh, dang it.
Of course. Being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I'd never have seen that awful sight.
Oh, there's that face that we know and love from Soseki-san. I'm doing well, Meow Me. Thank you for asking. Always wanted to play this game. This is the second game where we finished up the Great Ace Attorney 1 last week, so we are starting the Great Ace Attorney 2 this week. It's a lot of fun.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am.
Oh boy. Soseki sounds like he's holding in a fart.
I'm sorry, this bugging
Oh,
me too
gosh.
much. So Brett was let back in the university despite being deemed guilty and not taken into custody?
Yeah.
That's like letting a known killer back into a victim's house. Facepalm.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd say so. Hold on. Before we start the testimony, let's go ahead and take our first break. I will be right back, everybody. Don't go anywhere. I will return shortly. Until I return, enjoy the clips on the BRB screen.
I can't.
What?
I can't. I'm just gonna. I can't. Lulu, I can't.
Thirsty.
I give it the hydrate.
All right. I'm just got kissed by Warren Hart.
Oh!
With stop it! What do you stop?
Oh!
Get out of here! I'm going to. You're stealing my face. Get out of here! Oh my gosh! What do you? I need to read. Give me my face
I lost
back.
the face. No.
It's mine now.
He kisses you. I kiss.
You knocked my headphones off.
Yes, but what kind of main characters would we be if we had to rely on help every single time? Where did you go?
I'm taking a pit stop.
Oh, are you seeing the doc?
No?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
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 Yeah, I caught you red-handed coming out of the hospital. I caught you red-handed.
Hi, buddy.
I caught you red-handed.
Well, surprise, he wasn't there.
Yes, kill all the spindle legs with fire. Kill them all. Good morning, Dark. Welcome in. Good to... Excuse you. Well. If you heard that, Chad. I'm sorry, what? Someone got, oh my god. Oh no.
You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine.
Oh, roasted! Roasted! Let's go!
And he's right next to June.
I know, I hate it!
Next to June.
Ah!
You freaked out right next to your boy.
I'm sorry! I'm sorry. And also Vaughn. Hello, Vaughn. Oh my gosh,
Wait,
no!
what?
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no, he's actually kind of cool.
Why did they have to put all three of them next to each other? Why?
Uh-oh, we have a problem.
We have a major
We have a problem.
Oh no, they're hot!
What a lovely night for a celebration. You look great in this light.
Is he trying to flirt with us? What the heck?
110%.
So, it would be, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. There you go. There you go. Hope that was good.
I mean, I appreciate the. Oh! Huh? Huh? No! It jumped into the void! Oh, no! That's so sad. The slime just jumped to its death. Using Sonic Adventure 2, I think? Oh. I haven't played the games. I've only seen the anime.
You got a little drool on your shirt, Luke. You doing okay? Yes, lamb. I mean, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm potato. Oh my gosh, please. Wow. I'm potato. Oh my gosh, Luke, you're adorable. Oh my gosh. Wow, that's fantastic. Oh.
It's an art. I agree. The way the flavors sing when they go together, it's like music. Well, that makes sense. And when you craft a whole meal, it's like composing a symphony. A symphony for your mouth. I cannot believe I just said that. The next thing I know, we'd be going to wash the dishes with a hose. Oh.
Two. Yes, and we have two.
I will have order.
Oh, I will have order. I will have order. Ow. Ow.
Axel, please. The name's Lee.
Got it
it
memorized.
memorized?
What? awesome. How did you get that, Grima? The timing. Someone clip that. That is like perfect timing. What? What is the timing? Wah! Arya! Earthquake! Earthquake? Earthquake! Wow. Well, that was a shock. Are you okay? I'm fine. Earthquake! Oh my gosh. I bet earthquake. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, seeing some of those older clips is just crazy. The PNG model, the 2D moving like chibi model. Oh my gosh. That's absolutely crazy. Hello again, I'll be back. Something's calling me. I don't know what it is, but I need to address it. Okay, no worries. Gotta take care of what you gotta take care of. Thank you, everybody. Sorry about me taking so long. I had to put some laundry in the washer. Because responsible adult. Responsible adulting. Alrighty. Anyways, let's do this. Let's get back to this.
I'm thirsty.
Thank you for the hydrate. Hydration. Very good. Alright. On to our first testimony then. Our first testimony in this game so far. And we're an hour and 20 minutes in. Wow. Really tells you how long these cases are.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
Oh no, he's hot!
Why do you have to bring up Kazuma? Why? You're just gonna rub it in my face, aren't you? I thought at first you were referring to Hosonaga for some reason, and I'm like, what? Yes, he is awesome. But was awesome. He's no longer here. He's not here anymore. So it's a was.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul born behind me. I ran to the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Wait a minute. Multiple? Wait a minute.
Indeed. It does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime.
What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, counsel? So-called fountain pen, is it?
Thank you for the stretch. Big stretch.
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with a final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Ah! Goodness me! Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, a fountain pen. And if you would so kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel.
Oh no, don't tell me.
R.M. Remembami.
Oh, you're kidding! But they're initials! They could be anyone's!
Objection!
They could be anyone's!
This is the initials of the defendant.
Or anyone else with those initials! No!
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
The pen that the victim was found grasping in her hand. It carries the initials RM. So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courtroom today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. Yeah, I object!
I don't understand. The prosecutor Aouchi of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo.
That means... Oh, yes, me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Susato!
Cousin Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
All right. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Fish! Fish!
いかなる時もポーカーフェイス。
お
うまそうじゃん。
Thank you for the Kaito line. Had a very interesting time. Fish! Fish! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But we already have our first piece that we need to present. And it's pretty darn obvious on what it is. Now I'm gonna start with disapproving that pen, not gonna lie, not gonna lie. Yeah, but we can't really disprove that it wasn't the defendant's at the moment. All that we can do right now is say ridiculous evidence. I mean, I don't think that would work. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Sir, I'm sorry, detective, but that contradicts the post-mortem report, where there was a single stab wound. You know, that kind of thing. That may be a problem.
Objection!
Ooh! Nice! Okay! There we go! A nice, solid objection. That accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me. I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. Woo! This theme, yo! Ooh! I love it! Let's go! Oh, the soundtrack is gonna be so good! But what's the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Soseki-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. Ah, at me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
Why did the music start cooking? Because it's Ace Attorney. Every single Ace Attorney music. Every single soundtrack from Ace Attorney always is awesome. -1.
No.
-1. There's one that I can say, you know, I can disapprove of. It cooks like a delicious steak. Yes. And yet, that cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, counsel.
I'm
In
thirsty.
the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way.
Oh no, he's hot!
That's... Huh? Who was that referring to? Huh? Huh? What? It landed on Susato. Oi. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Oh, the objection theme! Oh! This is what I used on the starting soon screen, by the way, chat. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm geeking out over here. I do not care. Oh, there's music! I love it! I love it! Ah! And Soseki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes. Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes, and?
It's quite simple. We know that the murder weapon was used to only stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Indeed! Indeed!
True. And what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san, in fact, saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be!
Excellent work, Susato. You exploded them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Uh-oh. Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like that in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You done yet?
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half a head of hair.
Oh! Miko Toma with the roast and burned! Burned! Oh! Burned and burned to a crisp! Dang! Wow! Are you done yet? Are you referring to Aochi or yourself? Aochi was who I was referring to. But anyways, holy moly! Roasted. Roasted by the Mikotoba. Heck yeah. Slander. My head is quite adequately dressed. You sure about that? You sure about that? In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds. It makes not a jot of sense. Alright, see you later, Shades! Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Stay sharp! What happened? We just roasted Aouchi. That's what.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. But there was only a single wound! Ah! All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Ah!
I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
I can't read.
But if she was withdrawing the blade,
And we are back where we started.
sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. How do you know that? Conjecture. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes. Going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. We need an "are you sure about that" redeem, just saying. I will take a note of it. I'll take a note of it.
But I have to come up with a plausible reason here or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife out of the victim's body was surely so she could...
stab her again, save her life, hide the knife. I'm gonna go with save her life.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, given her time to get a hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates a killer.
The point is,
being a medical research assistant, Mibami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. You hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Ugh. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may.
If Ryunosuke was here, he could use Kazuma's sword and kill more of Aouchi's hair. Yeah, that would be pretty amusing.
Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just pulled by the yokel defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel, hopeful as a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Enjoy the tea! Thank you for the lurk.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly.
Here we go again.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Ugh.
Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see. Ah, this is why yokels should stay on the farm. Could you shut up? Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Do you mind? Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge from medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Would she have pulled out the knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Can we cut his hair bald after we're done with this case? Oh, heck yes we can. Heck yes we can. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It all seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have...
Susato,
Yes?
pull yourself together. You mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Ah.
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issues with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand. Deep breath. Deep breath. I almost said Susato. Ryotaro, deep breath. You got this. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Yep. Yep, it is. Now what to do? What to do here? Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking, yeah. Basic knowledge. Other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife, right? Not forget the young student did have a motive. Man was murdered 9 months ago, was the defendant's mentor. This is hopeless! I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere! If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, it's at times like this when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too.
Ah,
I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail, with space.
Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you.
Indeed.
Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away. Now what to examine, though? What do we examine, though, is the thing. Let's see. Time of death. Yep. We don't need to examine this further. Can't see anything more here. What about the paper? Whoa. Raukos England returnees tell all. This is the interview that with you and Soseki-san. Is it, father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yeah. I can say so.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture this moment his hand karate chopped me in on the neck.
I do hope you aren't hurt. This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Yume's medical research? Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen.
It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence.
Poison? Oh boy, and it's been stolen! Great! Exactly what we needed to hear. Exactly what we needed to hear.
I put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
You need to read this article very carefully.
An article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at Yume University. Even my father, who was responsible for the lab, knew nothing about the incident. Wow. Well, okay then. No good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the... Wait a minute. If a poison was stolen... If a poison was stolen... and it killed the victim beforehand... and then the victim was stabbed... when she was already dead... Oh! Okay, I think I see where it's going. I think I see where it's going, where it's trying to take us. Alright.
Objection!
Let's see. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
What?
Ah! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from the laboratory at the
Imperial, you may
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor Aochi, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article affirms your assertion. Your Excellency. Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... I believe it would be deadly in tiny quantities. That would make the most sense to me. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body at a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the knife as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh, please, it's this clearly desperation. A weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. Welcome back, Dark. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? We've discovered that there was a stolen poison, and we're wondering if it was death by poison. If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are not of no value in our modern justice system. This court demands evidence. Don't worry. We got it, I think. I have an idea on what we need to do. Wait, death by poison? Deja vu, anyone? I know, right? Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counselor, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? Wait, hold on. Let me read that again. Time of death, around 2 p.m., ascertained by examination of witness statements. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes: extreme meiosis.
pupil constriction was observed in... Oh! Wait! Meiosis, hold on. Deadly poison being secretly developed. Birth methods cannot detect this newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death? Oh! Oh! That's it! That's it! That's it! This is it! Take that! I would ask the court to refer to the note section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ah! Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it is an unusual symptom of death? Well...
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely.
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Aouchi, I think you'll agree this is a very compelling evidence.
You, yokel student and yokel professor!
Why are you calling the professor a yokel? What the heck? Basically, we found a report on the back of the newspaper that, Soseki-san gave us at the beginning, and it mentioned a stolen poison from the university. So, yeah. So now, and with further examination of the post-mortem report, yeah, we've kind of learned that there maybe have been a possibility that she was poisoned, not stabbed to death.
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Ujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper. Please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ah, listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in a newspaper. Could you shut up, Aouchi?
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor.
You should have more control over your students,
rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Huh? None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault! Huh? Ray? It's all my fault! Ray!
Memami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided to try and get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
It's Giselle Brett.
Uh-oh. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her. Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm very sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency! It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you see. Well, Mimami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you would care to explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed? Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge. If that was the case, how would she have stabbed her in the back? Huh? How would she have stabbed her in the back, huh?
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh. I have evidence, and it's very much conclusive. What? How? What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Aochi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoko student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
What a hag!
What the... Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. Ha! This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. Right. How does that prove anything? For it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger in the victim's back. No! That's not true! No! I don't believe it. Ah!
Order! 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 Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
Oh, dang! Thanks!
I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face there.
Careful!
It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cognate photographic print as evidence.
A photographic print taken at the moment the victim was attacked. My friend Ray can be seen kneeling over Miss Brett. I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Yeah, how? Who got the photograph?
Ray.
Objection!
That's of no importance here. It's very important, excuse me. It's very important. That means there's another witness. You idiot. That means there's another witness, you idiot. Stop trying to divert attention. You idiot. Oh.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Exactly! That's what I just said! Ah!
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Why not? Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. What? Then it can't be taken at face value? It can't be taken at face value then! There's no way! If we don't know who took it, how can we take it at face value? You know, credibility of evidence here?
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believed it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Exactly! It's unstable!
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor!
No! We're not yabbering here. We're telling the truth as it is. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. Is it now? But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste the court's time with your rambling. It's still a possibility, though.
Indeed. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without the most compelling evidence presented to the court.
It can't be compelling evidence if we don't know the origins! It can't be compelling evidence if we don't know the origin! Huh?
If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no!
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Wei withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Aochi in the court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, Counsel?
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph. And the truth is, who took the photograph? Who took the photograph? Hello again, prosecution, Taketsuchi P. Aoji. P for... Goodness, Megara, goodness. I think I have the answer. I'm unsure of my answer, but I think I have an answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No! You can't possibly! But, as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could... However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What?
Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
I believe it's the article. I believe it's the it would have to be the article. It would have to be the article. It has to be. There's nothing else. Nothing else it could be. Which would mean... The reporter! The reporter who took this story stole the poison and then took the Oh! 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 I've got some theories. I've got some theories here.
Take that!
What is that? A newspaper again? Focus England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. Hey, NK, welcome in. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines in the right-hand side. I didn't even notice that! I didn't even notice that!
Ah, yes indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens.
Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at the photograph, there are the same white lines!
Good gracious!
Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too. Okay!
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Aha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Counsel. Yeah.
What's quite remarkable, Alan, is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
Because it was the same camera! The curious matching pattern that appears on both of the photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device.
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would utterly be impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Aochi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper... Ah! That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? Ah! Got him! What? Huh? Huh?
I see why you were called a raucous English returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's Mini Memo! I tell you, Mini Memo! Mini Memo!
Is that a name? Soseki-san? What was that? Did you say Mini Memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Mini Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk.
Oh boy! Ah! Now that he mentions it. Oh! You! It was you? What? The reporter! There was something shady about him. Could that same reporter be?
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Mini Memo. You're saying that this picture was taken by Mini Memo! Yes, my lord, your excellency Esquire! Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, a murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit assistance on the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Mini Memo! Wow. To be continued. And there's the jingle! There's the jingle! Save your current progress? Of course! Of course we will! Alright. So that... Wait. Are we still only in part 1? No. This should be part 2. Yeah, this should be part 2. I don't know. But yes, I will take my break on that note. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I will return shortly in just a couple of minutes. Enjoy all the clips on the BRB screen, and I will see you in just a couple of minutes. BRB!
There we go. That's it. That's it. We know who it is. It's Stampa. There's no debate. There's no debate. It's Stampa. Everyone agree with me? No debate here? No debate. No! Perfection. No debate. Yes. Yes. Let's go. You heard the chat. Let's go. Stampa it is. Ba-bing! Absolutely. Well now, little Stampa. You be a good kitty now, okay? Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so fun. I object! Well, too bad it's too late.
This is actually rather good. What's wrong? A worm?
Nothing. Can't taste a thing.
Uh-oh. Well,
We learned what we need to. Let's look for that cave.
that's really sad. Velvet has no taste anymore. Oh. No sense of taste, I mean. Ah. Wow. Words are important.
Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Just get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, come on! Come on! Hey. Come on! Do it! Yes! Let's go! Let's go! We did it! Let's go! Finally! Oh, we did it! Let's go!
Naxero_join.
Nick! The file for DL6! It's completely empty!
What? What are you doing in here? That was scary timing. That was scary timing. Someone clip that. That was scary timing. Oh my gosh. The metal pipe and Von Karma just popping up at the same time. Oh my gosh. Ah.
I'm not surprised, Panhead.
Unarmed? Hardly. These are deadly weapons. What'll it take to make you go all out?
Why am I not surprising? Wow. Surprised that Aizen asked him that. Wow. That was terrible. Don't do that, folks. All right, let's see.
Saturday, let's go. Heck yeah. Jinzo 505 wiper. Taiga, taiga, taiga. Yes. Game sounds a bit loud. Whoa! Excuse me?
Are you okay?
No!
What happened? I got distracted. I got distracted by headbutt.
How much was that? How much was that?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Think of the hydrate.
Wait.
Aria, I think I need a hydrate. Let's go!
Wait, did you get one too?
No, but that's awesome! Let's go!
What? I need to hold on.
Let's freaking go!
What?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I definitely agree, Shades. I think someone slayed the Shade Slayer.
Normally it's the Shade Slayer that does the slaying, but what the
start hitting on... Not hitting on Clayton. Wow. Apparently my wording is not being appropriate. There we go.
Oh gosh. That one's a classic. Anyways, I return. And I have a cupcake. I have a German Black Forest cupcake in my hands right now. Because I'm hungry. So, hold on while I take a bite. Yes.
Trivial trivia, I checked the kanji on Ouchie's fan since someone asked earlier. In this trial for Ray it says punishment. Funny since in the first game it said guilty. Nice touch there, Capcom.
That makes sense. Have a chocolate bar here, want some? No thanks, I'm good. I have a cupcake. Yummy. Alright. Cup and cake. Yes. I have a cup of water and a cup of cake. A cup of water and a cup of cake. Cup of water and a cup of cake. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. Well then. All right then. I was not expecting that to come out of my mouth. What the heck? That was clip worthy. Oh gosh. Oh no. This will be as bad as Earth Cake. This will be as bad as Earth Cake. Oh gosh. Oh, brother. Well, on that note, let's go ahead and continue this part of the trial. Let's continue on. Mm. 13th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 3. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence. That you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets! I'm no better, you know. Oh? Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato! I'm sorry. After I stood there and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side. I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. No, you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was scared, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison! Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. Oh, I just don't understand how she could have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. Oh, Ray. It will be all right. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day. I promise you, I'm going to prove everything you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes. I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the plate by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it.
Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, possible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Chemical reagent. A special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume University Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. That's a really good question. You think our hidden reporter could be the guy? He did take the picture and was close to the area at the time. I am like 85% sure that he's the guy. It was all the Englishwoman's doing.
What?
It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in, and without any compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Menemoto-san. Memo-san. Menememo. That's a word. That's a last name and a half. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no. I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, but the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it, anonymously, to the police. Ah!
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, you've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruto.
Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now. It told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Memo. Just call him Memo. It would save all of us a couple of brain cells. Fair enough, I suppose. Hey, Beast. Welcome in. Good to see ya.
I hereby call this court to order, as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membami. Prosecutor Aouchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh,
What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University... Hey, Marsh, welcome in. Good to see ya. Watch out for a sea elf. Huh? What does that mean? What does that mean? The police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. Now he's sucking up to the judge? What the heck? Yes, but why would I have to watch out for Lyra? Why would I have to watch out for Lyra? Is she gonna, like, fall into my lap or something? That would probably not be accurate. Why do I need to watch out for Lyra? That's the question. Maybe. Huh? Anyway, back to the topic at hand.
I had the Regent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw. It would be there in good time.
By judging the man's
Swagger, I feel we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
and counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its Ah! Hi!
Incoming raid from Lyra's
Hi!
Adventure with 8 viewers. Welcome.
Lyra! Welcome in! Hi! Good to see you! What the heck? Hello! Dang it, I got it that. Hello! Welcome in! Hello, Raiders! Welcome in! Welcome to the stream! So good to see you! Hello, Lyra! Hello, Raiders! Logan Quinn! Zolchin! Mango! Welcome in! Everybody! Who snitched? I didn't see a message for anyone who snitched. Oh, I saw... Marsh! You were snitching? Marsh. How rude. Boy, I can hear now. Hello! Hi! Welcome to the stream. Yeah, don't do that. How's the case going? We just started case 1 of, we just started case 1 of The Great Ace Attorney 2. So, yes. It's going well so far. But, we're dealing with some issues, of course. Because this prosecutor, Auchi, is a
Fly
butthole.
away, little birdie.
Ah!
Far away.
Thank you for the eyes in line. Appreciate it. And then, oh boo! Oh, I just got in the beginning. That's good. And currently, the judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba, is actually cross-dressing and defending as a lawyer right now. So, yeah, it's going well so far. Thank you for the hydrate. Always appreciate that. Thank you, Zolchan, as well as for the stretch. Stretch, 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 stretch. Ooh, yep. Perfect. Thank you, Zolchan. Appreciate that. Yes. And she is looking good in her... I'm sorry. He is looking good. Cool beans. I'm gonna have to lay down so I don't push myself, but have fun. Alrighty, get some rest, Lyra. Get some good rest, okay? Hope those migraines will kind of dissipate soon, so that you don't have to deal with them. I hope that you'll get a smooth recovery, and that you get some good rest. Get some good rest, Lyra. Appreciate you coming in and raiding today. For those who have joined from Lyra's stream who don't know who I am, my name is Arya. I am a voiceover artist on YouTube. But I also stream games here on Twitch, as you can see. We do a lot of wholesome, chaotic shenanigans here. Play a lot of mystery games, puzzle games, adventure games, RPGs, you name it. We love story here. But absolutely, we are having a grand time playing The Great Ace Attorney 2 today. If you're planning to stick around, or just lurk, I would appreciate that. And I hope that you would enjoy the stream. Gonna dip to avoid spoilers because I hope to play this game at some point. No worries, Ulchin. No worries. Do what you need to do. Avoid those spoilers. Alright. Back to our regularly scheduled program. So there's no traces of poison along the blade? What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the Regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
Murder weapon. A small knife from the scene of the crime that was found in the victim's back. No trace of poison was found on the blade. In short, the accused feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Huh? Okay, Dark, the game may not be wholesome. This game isn't exactly wholesome either. It's more about the people playing and reacting to the game. More so. That's the point of it. Ah! Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Wait, hold on. I want to examine something real quick. I want to examine this fountain pen. If we take off the pen's lid... I don't know why. I just got a strange feeling. Got a strange feeling about this pen. Don't know why. I just have a strange feeling here. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? There's no ink. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
It's just that there doesn't appear to be any ink in there at all. That's all.
Oh, yes. You're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. A fountain pen bearing the initials RM. It has a small reservoir inside into which ink can be drawn. There is a very small amount of liquid still inside. I have a hunch. I have a hunch. I have a very large hunch. What if the knife was not the murder weapon? What if the pen was the murder weapon? And then the knife was put in as a disguise. Is there anything else I can examine? Maybe these initials? The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is a very clear message
To identify her killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
Fair enough. What's this? There's some sort of emblem here. Look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
Ah! RM! We know someone else with those initials! My theory is becoming a reality. My theory is becoming a reality.
Witness,
Please state your name and occupation for the court.
Brighton Menimono of the Shoyu News, in what people like to call a journal.
What's a journal, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. I am there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch the emblem!
It's you. It is you. You did it. It's you. You're the culprit. It's you. That's your pen.
Hold on. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
This theme. Wow. All right then. Oh. So, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry.
Oh, brace yourselves, people. Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Huh? The readers will lap this up. They'll be set it above the fold at 75 point in a 5-leg format in the morning edition. Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Taro suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called Dark Horse in the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness. Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That emblem again! That's what I call my memimosiism. Memi-memoism. Memi-memoism? That's a tongue twister! Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that date when you were interviewing myself and Suseki-san. Yes, right, that was me, Memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. That's obvious! Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words. A criminal left to do what she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. Wow! The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There's complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down all those words she sent in my memo pad. Memo pad. Okay, then. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own Jono eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Oh boy. Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Oh boy, I need to take another bite of my cupcake for this one. This is crazy. Just gonna assume he has a hammer space of pencils ready for when he breaks them like that. I assume so too. They just magically appear. They just magically appear out of nowhere after all. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside them. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the leads through for a perfect shot.
Ah, no.
Reed screens, you say? Right, you could see them clearly enough in the great shot I snapped. hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring that for the time being, the appalling invasion of privacy involved.
Oh, yeah! Totally! Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh, yes. I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens.
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the other. That's mini-memoism in a nutshell.
Yeah, an invasion of privacy is part of that, apparently.
At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No!
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful! Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Good point. Good point. Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ah, more pathetic excuses.
Very well, then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency.
There's more to this reporter than meets the eye.
There is still more to be discussed.
Edward!
What transpired after the body was found, for example. If a witness is asked to testify, they can't refuse.
That is another
rule we have.
Hey! Thank you for the Edgeworth line. Nice purple mark on your hand, by the way, Memo. Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't the only one that noticed that. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. You don't say as he snaps his suspenders like that. I can't imagine snapping your
Invasion
suspender
of privacy. What may as well be near every if not all reporters' shared crime. Ugh.
Yeah, sounds about right. I think that third statement, I believe it was the third statement. Yeah, this is the statement that I had questions about. How did she stab her in the back? That is the question.
Hold it!
Hold it! Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ah, the precise moment? I didn't just see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here on my mini-memo memo pad.
Oh yes, the music. I love the music for these games.
When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt.
Yeah, ugh is right. Hey, Joshua, welcome in. Then,
The next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
Yeah, I would say so, Megarock.
What you describe is a grim crime indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what memoism says. Beach hut plan. A plan of the layout of the small beach hut where the victim was found. By the way, Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy, rather than capture it on film?
Journals have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre.
I don't know if I said that correctly. I probably did not. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement could perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Oh.
Father, what are you... I will grant the defense's request.
Let's go.
Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of memoism. But I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless.
Yeah. I was only there as an observer. Are you sure about that? I think it's time to present that evidence. How about the lovely fountain pen that we found that belongs to you, my dear fellow? How about it? Have at ye!
Objection!
Memo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm.
Objection!
In a way, that's more memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those reminatory words, Counsel? Recriminatory.
Oh! Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Ah!
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you...
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membani. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also R.M.?
No!
Write in memo. R.M.
That's horse dung. Can't you see one of the central tenets of memoism is being a pencil user?
And yet, as the court would clearly be able to see on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung!
Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Ah, the objection theme again!
Ah! Oh, this music is so dang good.
Objection!
Eee. Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. But it's true, though.
Exactly. So you knows will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner identity is... right here. Yes! Got it! As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize. Memo-san. You have recognized Memo-san.
Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Shoyu News!
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? No, they do not. Well, Memo-san, how do you respond?
No! Order! Order! Explain yourself, witness. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview?
You never mentioned this before!
When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before the evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange.
Uh-huh.
But it came to nothing. And as we Memoists say, the people don't pay for their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, the court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it. Yes, all right. But
on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsumi-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh, yes. According to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourself, because it's not a harmless one, it's big.
Huh? Why are we getting Soseki-san involved again? What?
Menomism states that one man's secrets is every other man's front page story.
What are you doing?
What on earth are you doing? Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instant. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san, hiding something?
Oh boy.
Took another bite of my cupcake. Hold on just a sec.
Good one. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from the outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witness come running. The detectives realized that the victim still had a pulse, so we ran off to fetch help. That's when this right-hair man asked the woman for a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. Huh? You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? Well, And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true, yes. Why didn't you say that before? He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. Huh? This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? What is happening anymore is right. What is happening anymore is right. Oh yeah. Goodness gracious, this is crazy. And a pulse. This writer man asked a woman a very significant question. Hey, could you maybe give us a little more information on that?
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Out with it, you yokel hack! Goodness, Aoichi! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray! I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? Uh-oh. She didn't. She said nothing in response. But what? When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand you amend your testimony. I will! I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied. Okay. What then?
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was? He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better rather be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever.
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear. Seki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Is she, Mr. Writer-Man? Well, yes, all right. She did respond in a matter of speaking, I suppose.
How so?
She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Huh? Well, that ain't good.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. So Seki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No.
Seki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. Just somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. That's not true! That's not true!
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No, we can't! No. No!
Headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato.
You don't say.
Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. Must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. No, that's wrong! Going to Danganronpa there. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in the beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. Listening in the back of the flashback.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know how! I know how! I know how!
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh? To what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists. You sure about that?
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
He was sitting outside. Right there. Right there outside the courtroom. You were right here. Right here. Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? What?
Yes! Sitting right there outside like a creeper peeper. Yep.
Order! Order! But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoops now. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Not true. No worries, Beast. Welcome back. Actually, Prosecutor Aouchi, there is a way. And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you yokel! The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
Let's take a look at this crime scene photograph. Hello. How about right there? You see that little tiny slit? Gotcha, buddy. Gotcha.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene.
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no way of any such thing, no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Where is it, Your Honor? Oh, I'll tell you. It is right here.
Take that!
Gotcha. Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No! I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there was only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right, and Mene Memo-san! It could only have been you!
Ow!
Ha-ha!
Objection!
This is preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume as part of this partial scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not.
We're not reliable! Hello, Raiders! Hello! Welcome in! Hi!
Incoming raid from Reliable with
Oh
22
my gosh!
viewers. Welcome.
Hello! Good to see you! Hi! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, Reliable! Good to see you! Hold on. Let me get the... Goodness gracious, was not expecting another raid today. Holy moly. Goodness gracious, hi! Welcome in, Raiders! For those of you who are new, my name is Aria. I am a voiceover artist on YouTube, but as you can see, I love to play games here on Twitch. I love playing all sorts of mystery, puzzle, RPG, adventure kind of games, and I love to voice the characters. So you'll hear a lot of reading on this stream. We do a lot of wholesome and chaotic shenanigans on this channel. Thank you so much for bringing your community over here, Reliable. What were you up to today? Art? Ooh, what were you drawing today? Happy to get to raid you for once. Hey! I've been waiting. Well, now you've gotten your chance. You've gotten your chance and you took it. I'm proud of you. I was drawing me. Ooh. I'd love to see it. I'll have to go back through the VOD and see it. It was lots of fun. Hey, that's good to hear. That's awesome to hear. I'm glad to hear that, Reliable. Had a lot of chill art vibes. Goodness gracious. That's amazing. Reliable, thank you so much for that raid. If you would... hold on. I lost my train of thought and then Donald suddenly appeared. Thank you so much for the raid, Reliable. If you need to head off to get some food, water, whatever you need for your post-stream care, please feel free to do so. For those of you who have joined from the raid,
Thirsty.
thank you so much for coming over with Reliable. That was super cool of you. If you'd like to stick around, feel free to do so. Or if you need to hop off, I completely understand. If you're planning to stick around, I hope that you will enjoy the stream. Thank you. I'm happy to lurk. Have fun, everyone. Thank you, Reliable. Thank you so much. Go check her out if you haven't already, chat. She is an awesome friend to stream. Go check her out. And thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Okay, Beast. All right. All right, I guess. Can I follow Relied twice? I mean, I would if I could too. All right. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. if we recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool. Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word! So, in fact, the victim was
killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back, delivered through the reed screen. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Mbambi-san's appalled eyes. Oh boy. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Menimemo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Mbambi-san, is innocent of this crime.
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Aochi clan can't. Part of my growth of hope. It was all an apparition. I can't accept this, I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and...
Of course. Of course. It's never that simple.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have this hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. Though your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it?
Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant.
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, the trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
Huh?
What? What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. Oh, no you don't. The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. But the unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see, I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body
before she was stabbed. Ah!
Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Are you kidding? Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in the back with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Ta-ha-ha! Forgotten already, have we, you yokel? During the very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turned out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Ah!
Order! 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 What? Where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniable, obvious answer to that. The lady was most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beachy hut. The poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This'll make a good front-page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. I would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would I? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it! Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. It's a prime press fodder, it is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journal and a man, and I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's
Memoism high. Hi. Hi, Aiden. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Hold on, I'm gonna take a bite of my cupcake here real quick. What the heck? Goodness gracious, it's all gone crazy.
The judge isn't showing it, but maybe even he is tired of this malarkey at this point.
I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't blame the judge for being tired of this malarkey. Because that's what it is. It's a load of malarkey. Memo pipe.
Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. And it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the court weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
So, you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen?
You can't blame this miserable country of ours.
So he admits he stabbed her, but claims he didn't kill her? Huh?
A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged a blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before.
So you admit it, and yet you don't? What the heck is going on here?
But as it turns out, somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
Ah! You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journal here is off the hook.
No, you're not! You still stabbed a woman! That's still assault! That's still assault!
The argument is sound, certainly. The witness had administered the poison himself. He would only need waited for it to take effect.
TCH, you call that justice? You are nothing more than a worthless criminal.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Sequentially stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore,
Dang, this guy might be making a loophole play. Claim he did it but not actually being the one to kill her. If this works out for him, it would get him a lighter sentence should this be the case.
This happened, This reminds me of a Detective Conan case that I watched. It feels very similar. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right. It is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last! This is unbelievable. And after I had made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Nope. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-sama. They would never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination with this trial. Yes, Your Excellency.
All right, here we go.
Oh yes, I stabbed you.
Yes, you stabbed the Englishwoman and killed her. And you also poisoned her. You also poisoned her, whether you want to admit it or not. Heard the student girl and that polished English murderer arguing. It got my goat. Tell us a little more about that.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. That student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Miko Toba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British consulate court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. Oh!
I can't stand here and listen to this tripe! Ray! Ray! Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up! Susato, please! You have to make them listen!
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom!
Oh, take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But Your Excellency! Thank you, Your Honor! Thank you, Your Honor! Oh my gosh! Not going to lie? There's a hair in my mouth. Ew. Not going to lie, in terms of all of the judges across the entire franchise, I think that this judge right here might be my favorite one. Might be. He might be my favorite one at this point. This judge by far has probably been one of the most reasonable judges that I've seen in the entire franchise. A truly impartial judge. You know? I'm just saying that now.
As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns.
Thank you!
So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh! Thank you so much, Your Excellency! It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. Right! They weren't talking about Wilson, they were talking about the poison. So let's get some more information on that. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would not be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison would be very difficult. That's true! I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with that deadly poison. I wanted to look at my old enemy in the eye! Surely you can understand that! To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Many memos. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's editions of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. sorry, don't know what you're talking about.
Yes! Look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word! Ayo! Ayo! Ah! Well, Mini Memo-san?
As a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Mini-Memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. An article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at Yume University. The reporter, Mini Memo-san, based it on information he gleaned by eavesdropping. So that's what it was all about! You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in! That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her!
Shut up! My stories never stink!
But they're not true!
Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts! Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony.
He's breathing rather heavily right now. He's breathing rather heavily right now.
The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Wait. Wait. Wait! Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Oh! I got it! He was covering his butt! He was covering his own butt! By stabbing the victim, he tried to divert it from the fact that it was a poison death and made it a stab wound, making people think it was a stabbing. That's it! He was covering his own butt! Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin.
And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mimbami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Mini Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Ah!
True! Which means that Miss Brett wouldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mimami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Mini Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article. Namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, It's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Ah! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. And Bonnie-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, right in Minimomo. Minimemo. Let's go! Pursuit! Yes! This pursuit theme hits so hard! Ah! We got you now, buddy. This is it. This is our last straw. This is the last one. The last piece. Ah! It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach's hut, thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do? Isn't that obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened.
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order, order, order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forth?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Ah!
Lost hope! You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai! Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is... I don't need a counter-argument.
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say, gave it to the victim, you say, stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument, because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
Oh, I know how you did it. Don't worry. I know how you did it. I know how you did it.
How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, Rated Memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory.
Too bad. But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoying handsome country bumpkin?
My point is this. There is one way that you, Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Well, I think we have our answer. This wonderful, wonderful fountain pen, I believe, is our answer. Take that! Take that! The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
Ah! A fountain pen? How can that be possibly relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Bah! I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck upon a soapstone of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have?
Ah! There you go, Aluchi! You've got it! And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word! Can this really be?
Well, Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you've used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir!
Ah!
Objection! More absurdity! That never happened! True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Oh, are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim.
And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it?
Oh, you're kidding!
So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? What if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah!
Ah!
You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter.
And I think I know what that is.
As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
That's not true! Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Huh? Very well, then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it, then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen used to steal the poison. How about the chemical region? The chemical region that can detect it. It's over. It's over. This is it. The final piece of evidence.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical region that can identify the poison in question.
Ah! Yes. That poison is entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical region, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A regent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Whoa! This isn't my fault! The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold his head as a civilized nation! I took up arms in the form of the mighty pen!
Oh my gosh! He's going nuts! He's going nuts! Whoa! Susato, with me! I'm there! Hiya! Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That one was a Ryutaro takedown. Well, Well done, ladies. Well done, ladies. Hold on. You know what this deserves? You know what this deserves? Yes. Hold on. Come here. Hello? There we go. There. See? Well done, ladies. Well done. Do it, Doc. I dare you. The instant the first drop of Regent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck some of the poison up, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
And why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation. That's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying her full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face!
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism. Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What did you call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free pass, it's really depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. Dang! Ouch!
That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. My head. I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible. But I couldn't. Couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit, getting all fired up.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes.
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up! That's what it was!
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position with this. Be careful what you say. Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I've done my research, dug up all the dirt. I was ready for it to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. It came under pressure from the government. If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Miss Many Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay blame on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
Suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Oh! Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh! Naruhodo's, Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keen that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Another moment here. Favorite judge. Another moment here. That's like favorite judge. Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Aouchi, do you have any final thoughts?
Prosecutor Aouchi. Uh-oh.
Tagetsuchi of the Aouchi clan have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. There was any shred of my former self left, it's withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade.
Huh? Dude! No, what are you doing? What are you doing? Put the knife down! What are you doing? What are you doing?
For that is the true path to Aouchiism!
Put the knife down! Aouchiism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my topknot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi.
I'm just not gonna say anything, otherwise I'm going to laugh. I'm not gonna say anything, otherwise I'm going to laugh. Farewell. Farewell to your top knot, sir. Farewell to your hope. Sorry. All right. Serious again. Serious again. You don't say! You don't say, Megarog. You don't say. Anyways. No, I was laughing. I was laughing. I was trying to stifle my laughter. I was trying to stifle my laughter. Oh, gosh.
Now, in regard to the defendant, Ray Membambi-san,
Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you
Not guilty! Woo! Let's go! We win! This case.
Court is adjourned.
Let's go. Success! The 13th of August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's antechamber. Free. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do to just stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility. Such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Thank you! Thank you so much! You were so dashing in there! Ray! And Father! Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry! It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you. Susato! Don't be so standoffish! Sorry? We're friends! Equals! And the trial is over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense! It's time to celebrate with swagger! To throw caution to the wind!
Caution to the... what?
I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow! Or something.
Right. I see. Think about it, Ray.
At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good!
Yes, it was satisfying.
It really was! Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness, no, of course not! Of course not!
Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help.
Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now.
So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. Ray has a crush on the alternate persona of Susato? What?
What? Uh-oh. What is happening?
Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes. I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Susato Mikotoba.
I don't. So dashing. So divine. No! Doubly dashing! Yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were Lockham student Naruhodo-san's Esquire's cousin.
Ah! No!
Astonishingly astounding ace attorney.
Poor Soseki-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I've been the chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle Notes? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
That smile! That smile is so precious! Stop! Ah! Stop it! Ah! No! Dang it, Hosonaga! Oi! Ah! My heart just exploded into a million pieces. Eee! Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Ah! How dare? How dare you? Oh, I'm not a patch on you though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Ah! Ah! We didn't need that flashback! We didn't need that flashback! Ow! Ow! So that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? Ah!
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now that the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that really is true, then that poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
Oh, Iris, no! As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand. There are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan?
Oh?
It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because of an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and that you were growing weaker by the day.
Yeah, I remember that.
What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know. Because after the long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me, you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato. I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't... Ah! Let me go! Ah! Ah! Ah!
Many memos, Harm! So, one throw wasn't enough for you!
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor! B. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate.
Huh?
Visiting student. Giselle Brett. No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
What? Student of law? He must be... Kazuma-sama! What? Huh? What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Ah!
Whoa! Your Honor? Your Honor? Wow! I mean, Judge Takedown! Wow! Was not expecting that. Of all the people to do a throw like that, I was not expecting the judge to do that. Oh my gosh. Wow. Very impressive. Very impressive, Your Honor. Wow, okay. Wow.
Wow. Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with me, and I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
Ha 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 ha. The trial's over. I'm not your excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku.
They're friends? Okay. No wonder. No wonder I like him so much. Hello. So we get a name drop for the judge.
And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken more dashing appearance. Susato.
He knew! He knew? He knew? Huh? Did you know all along?
Ah, 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 ah. Our judge sees everything, Susato.
What a man! He let it happen! He let it all go! I am proud. I am happy.
I couldn't let you take the risk. Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, now we have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? Been a while since I sent a man flying like that.
That was impressive, Your Honor. Very impressive.
Ah, ah, ah.
Seishiro sling. That was awesome. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett. About Dr. Wilson. And now, it seems according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. When nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san and ex-squiress. Could I have a word?
Sure, Soseki-san. Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it?
I think perchance it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. See, something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
Really? This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness Lockham student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
Wow, okay. My father.
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in.
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course. I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with this second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, It seems that case somehow holds the key to all those curiously unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Oh! Hold on, this ain't over yet. Hold on.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
End. Wow. Just when we thought things were gonna calm down. Nope. Wow. That's crazy. That is so nuts. So nuts. Absolutely crazy. But now, even though the case is solved, we're only left with more and more and more questions! More and more questions! Oh my gosh. I have so many questions and no answers yet. I cannot wait to find more of these answers.
Thirsty.
Thank you for the hydrate. Oh my gosh. What in the world? I am flabbergasted. I was flabbergasted at the beginning of this trial. I am flabbergasted at the end of this trial. What the heck? Holy moly. That is insanity. Alrighty. On that note then, about Hosanaga's smile, you know what they say. Those who barely smile have the most beautiful smiles of them all. Like Gina's! Like Gina's in the last game. Alright. On that note, that is where we shall stop for today. And we shall go ahead and raid somebody today. Today was absolutely awesome. We played as Susato, who looks absolutely stunning in her disguise, discovered the truth of this case, found the rat responsible for this, and had a grand time of doing all that. And that double takedown was icing on the cake, the cherry on top, the perfect way to deal with a criminal. Hashtag girl power. Aw. Thank you for playing this, Arya. Your streams are always a joy to me, and I appreciate that, Dark. I'm glad that people find my streams enjoyable. I personally don't think I'm very good at it, but, well, I like to try my best. That's all I can do. That is all I can do. Let's see. Let's see who is live today. Let's see who is live. Let's see. Ba, ba, ba. Ah.
And Susato
Well.
has successfully invoked her MC status. Congrats to you, Susato.
Absolutely. Shall we return the raid chat? Shall we return the raid chat? Let's do that. Let's return the raid chat. Let's return the raid. If you're headed over to the raid Lyra's Adventure with us, which you please should to support our lovely friend, please type Shadesley Raid in the chat once we get over there so that Lyra knows we are there to support her. Also, if you are headed over, be sure to follow all of her rules as you would mine. And once again, as always, have fun. Alrighty. Tomorrow there will be no stream, as I do not normally stream on Wednesdays. But on Thursday, we will be back into Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. We will be continuing that adventure. We will be beginning a new chapter. Oh boy. I hope y'all will be excited. I am very excited to play this next part of the game with you guys. Thank you so much for coming, everybody, and I will see you all on Thursday for Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Bye! Stay sharp, Shadeslayers!